Okay. Right on time. Okay. So, welcome back to At the Ends of Eras. It's been a while. Been multiple weeks or something. But okay, welcome back. So, last time I was doing all this crap. I don't want to do this crap anymore. What I'm going to be doing is Test World. So I've been working on that terrain editor for like 2 months or whatever. It's, I think, good enough to start properly. Oh wait, no, this is not the right place. Terrain is, I think it's now test terrain or terrain test, something like that. Okay, yes, this is what I was testing. Okay, so if we start this scene, I now have a test environment that is using the new terrain editor. And so what I want to do, I think, is start sketching out this area. And also, it looks like I'll need to redo the shadow mapping again, because it's not very good. Maybe I'll have to do, like, back face shadows or something? Because, yeah, you can see the shadows look pretty good from up close, but yeah, distant shadows are not looking so hot. But okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start on making the general contours of the game map, because this is the full 8x8 kilometer area. Let's do a view that can actually, like, let me see all this. Okay. So this square will be our canvas, and so I want it to be approximately 6 by 6 kilometers. So let's start with a terrain stamp. Stamp. I'm going to say a 1024 by 1024 probably. Oh, and it's also interesting. We no longer really need those, but... Okay, let's see if this works. So this is going to be like our overall shape. Because something that I noticed in the previous incarnations of the game is that my... Oh yeah, I actually need to do... Typically I need to turn this plugin off and on again for it to actually like properly start up. Yeah, okay, there we go. So you can see here... I'm just going to make this one very high resolution, or like, yeah, like 8 by... Huh. Oh, wait, I see. So how are you? Working today. It's temporary, but it's better than nothing. I hope you're doing well. Keep it up. When I come back, if you're around, I'll come see you. Thanks for stopping by. Doing well. Hope your work goes well. I'm designing some... Let's say I'm designing terrain for the... Alright. I'm going to close this and reopen it, because it looks like it hasn't updated the actual size of the stamps. I guess it's fine. If I can hide this... Okay, that doesn't help much. Oh, but that does turn off the light. Okay, that makes sense. So why is this so small? Because this should be 1024. So what if I did terrain stamp save all? And that should take a few seconds. Yeah. And then redraw all? And eventually what I need to do is also, like, I need to have a proper terrain renderer as well. That'll, like, reduce the number of stamps that I use. Or, because right now we're using, like, 64 by 64 meshes. But I think they should be 32 by 32 meters, so that way, like, there's less lighting, and I can make them, like, basically have, like, larger versions of them from further away. But that won't be too important yet. So let's try to paint. I'm gonna do a, I guess green add radius, maybe a slightly lower fall off like this. And then a little bit less opacity or alpha or whatever. Yeah. See ya. Interesting. This is making it go down, which doesn't make sense. Have I broken something? Oh, I understand. It's because I'm adding opacity and height. So if we made it a bit more like that, perhaps. There we go. So now we're starting to see more and more of the actual, like, height coming in. I'll also need to make sure that I, like, know what I'm doing. But okay, what I'm envisioning is basically, having a whole thing where, like, the entire terrain is, like, influenced by this. And then we can have it, like, go up a little bit and go down a little bit. So there's never, like, a perfectly flat space on this entire, like, map. Okay, I also need to, like, have a different, environment, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete that. And then add a different world environment. Can we add a different directional light? Okay, there we go. That feels more reasonable. And then let's enable shadows for this. Though they're not going to look so hot. Yeah, they're going to look pretty bad, actually. How do I fix that? I guess I'll not bother right now. But okay, let's also remove... We don't need these tiny stamps. We don't need this path here. Oh yeah, also paths need to be fixed so that they have their scale proper. Yeah, let's say overall contour. Also, we need to go back to world environment. I need to remember which way is west and which way is east. Do I have a sun in the sky anymore? I don't. Okay, that's interesting. Where'd the sun go? Oh wait, why is the sun invisible? I don't get it. Okay. But basically, so that is west, and that is positive Z. Yeah, okay. So I need to remember what I needed for this actual world. Because there's only one main terrain feature that I needed, which was that Crab Hill is to the east of the mountains. Because I want the mountain to be able to cast a shadow onto the entire city. So if we go back to... Wow, it's been a while since I've done this. Okay, so world redesign. World rework. I'm going to put that at the top. Overall ideas. So we're going to have mountains to the northwest. And that is... oh, I see. Something is going awry here. What exactly is happening here? Why isn't the... Ooh, something is not going right. Yeah, okay. Something is not going well with Godot. Is it doing something? Is it, like, trying to render something every frame? Is there errors? Okay, there's 85,000 errors, so that's probably the issue. And it starts to slow down severely. Jesus Christ. Pipeline shader requires the following. Ah, God. And that's going to just get worse and worse. So save and close. Yeah, because the errors slow down the entire system. Actually, can I just disable that and then it'll be fine? Okay, but I keep forgetting. If you switch between scenes while you're editing, it does, like, mess up occasionally. Or it, like, forgets what it's doing. Why did this not work? Hang on. Did I... redraw all, maybe? Ugh. Save all? And that should mean that the strokes are deleted as well. I guess they're not? Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, paint settings. I want to have this the same way that I had it before. Gonna make the terrain bigger eventually, as long as that'll, like, do something. Is it not gonna work anymore? Okay, it's just not gonna work now. Is there any... So there's no strokes here. Why not? Okay. The terrain editor is buggy and broken and shit, but... I'll try it again. I'll just restart Godot. But what was it? Positive X or positive Z axis is the day-night area. See, I think I just need to close the terrain editor, typically. Okay, so yeah, this still doesn't work for some reason. I have to, like, click on it and then click off and then do stuff. Okay, now it works. I'm gonna do a little bit of this and then, like, an add mode. Okay, is adding, like, working? Okay, I think it is. It's just, as I said, it takes a little while for it to actually, like, start going up because it's applying the opacity and the color. And so we need a bigger radius. But okay, I'm going to kind of, like, do all of this, and then I'm going to subtract a little bit. Interesting that it's not, it's doing kind of the opposite of what I wanted. Oh, wait, because what I need to do... Oh, because now it has negative opacity, so we need to do red here. In fact, what if I... Hang on, I just had a good idea. What if I do green, and then we just, like, mix this green... Oh, wait, no. I'm gonna just add this in, or... Yeah, that'll be fine. No blue. We're just going to add some opacity to all of this. And then let's save the stamp. Okay, that looks better. And hopefully it doesn't have, like... I think opacity is clamped from 0 to 1. But if it isn't, that'd be an issue. Okay. So now what I can do is I can go to red. And we can just, like, subtract height. And that should just start working now. Yeah, okay. I think the main thing is I've gone too far already with, like, the mountains here. Let's do, Let's go back to green. And yeah, we're just going to mix, and we're going to do a high opacity. Just going to flatten all this back out. There we are. Yeah. Okay, so I believe this is the northwest. But what I'll do is I'll save all of this. And then we'll see here. Okay, that's all good. Because, yeah, what I want to check is, I believe that's west. And so that would mean this is north. Yeah. I don't know why the sun is invisible. Oh, because the thing, the day-night cycle. Okay, so that is east, that's west. So yeah, west, east, so that means that's north, so that means that south, and I'm already forgetting how it works. Yeah, south and west. So let's line ourselves up. What? Wait, hang on. But that's... Okay, no. Okay. So it's like this. Except, for some reason, this isn't saved. Wait, what? What is this? Well, first of all, this isn't correct. Because it's a 1024 by 1024. Save stamp. What? Save stamp is supposed to save the stamp. Save element. So if result image return false. Okay, so is that the issue? So if we save this stamp here, output, no result image and overall contour. Okay, so yeah. Save stamp now. So that doesn't actually save the stamp here though, because it's supposed to save it to a file. Stamp. It's not saving it to a file though. Oh, is there an issue here? Okay, cannot create file npt output. Okay, that's the issue. Well, why can't it create it? Okay, what we need then is like var f equals if var d equals dir access dot... No, isn't there like if not file access... No, if not directory access dot... directory exists absolute f. Create... Make directory recursive absolute f. And this now needs to be our... we're going to do %s/ that. Okay. So now if we try this again... There we go. Go. Okay, good. So now I can actually create the file. And it should... Okay, it does remove that. Good. So now we can actually save things. And so we need, right up in this corner... Yeah, in this corner we're going to need a mountain. And I'm going to say... What's our radius here? 78. Oh yeah, but this is a 256 by 256 image for some reason. Even though... Aren't these like... Is this actually like... I don't think that does anything. So I'm going to ignore that. Arrays in read-only state. Why is it in read-only state? Attempted to free... Well, save all and then close it. Yeah, it's very temperamental. Also, where's our output? Wasn't there... Where's that terrain stamp even being saved? It's still not being saved, I guess. Because terrain test attribute... Okay. No, but those are being saved because we already have that folder. Okay, just paint a dang mountain. Gonna get a little bit of red here. And then a lower brush. Oh wait, no, this is the overall shape, I forgot. So we're still gonna have a larger radius. Because I'm still gonna do what I wanted to do, where I have it like actually go up like this instead. Is it gonna like do anything? Oh wait, no, we need to add. That's why. Oh wait, but that means I need to fucking... Ugh. Hang on. Yeah, this mapping is not very good. Okay, set it back to the minimum. Then, go to red. Go to low opacity. And then, go to add. And then, we can start bringing this stuff up. And in fact, we can use a less... Because this is going to be more than one. Okay. So we're going to have like a higher hill here, and then we're going to have a lower hill down here. And so overall, there's going to be this little valley. And I think maybe this part comes up a little bit higher with a lower radius. So now we have like an overall shape. This is just going to be kind of like the noise that, or like the just to make the thing not permeable or something, I guess. But then we can add another stamp. So can I change the size of this? I feel like I can. But I forgot to fucking save the overall contour. Oh wait, but it does have the strokes still. So could we like reapply the strokes? If we had like a export tool button. Okay. Function, strokes apply, pass. Yeah, I think I could do that. And then we would basically just have, var s equals strokes equals nothing. Actually, we can just do for stroke in s, strokes equals this. And actually, we could just kind of do this. I don't care. What I'm going to do instead is basically just have it so that anytime we, like... I'm just going to put that as a bug to fix. So, get another one of these out. So there's going to be for the terrain tool. Oh, doesn't exist. Oh, I see. File, open, project. Jak for add-ons, or project add-ons, NP terrain to do. Okay. So yeah, because now what we're going to do is for bugs, stamps don't save. Or stamps cannot be reconstructed if they weren't saved before closing the scene. So yeah, it should I think just have it, like, have all of the stamps save when you save the scene. In fact, is there something that I can do in the add-on, or like a Godot plugin save scene? Editor plugin. So, like, is there something to do with, like, save? Get unsaved status, save external data. Okay, save external data seems useful. This method is called after the editor saves the project or when it's closed. It asks the plugin to save edited external scenes / resources. Okay, good. So this is what we would do. We would go to, let's close everything. Plugin. So after the editor saves the project or when it's closed. So we actually need something to do when the scene is saved. Godot scene save callback. Because I don't need to save the game. Editor save callback. Because, yeah, it's... I think the issue is I'm doing stuff with the plugin. Because, yeah. Whatever. Let's just do it again. So, yeah. I'll just remember that mistake for next time. So basically what I want is I want it to go up a little bit over here. Probably not that much, but that'll be mildly interesting. We'll just have this all kind of go up. And then we're going to have a subtract. I think it'll come back down like that there. And then this will probably do that. And this doesn't need to be too important because this is just to make it so that the terrain is not flat by default. And that's, yeah, that's the approximate thing there. So yeah, okay, now we can save the stamp. That's a thing that I'll need to make automatic. Because that now is what actually enables this. Awkward that the stamps are 256 by 256 by default, and I don't seem to be able to resize them. Like, don't I do something with the size here? Like, when we change the size... Is that in elements? Oh, we don't set the size to do something different? So, like, we don't have, like, a function apply size or something like that? As, and what we can do then is, set s size equals s apply size. And what we'd have to do then is basically image equals, or no, image dot resize to size.x size.y. And I guess we would just do an interpolate bilinear. And then we'd have to also do our convert raw again, I think. And then also like image change dot emit self. And then also notify movement. Yeah, because we're basically changing the image like this. And this, I suppose, should all be done by doing if image. Okay, so now what we should be able to do is I should be able to take this. Okay, so that should have done nothing. But if I did like 512, there we go. Okay, so now you can see that now changes the size there, and that's good because that lets us do things. And then we can save all. We should probably have, because the strokes are actually pretty simple, or typically these stamps don't take very much to save. I should probably have it save after every stroke. Well, maybe not. But okay, I'm going to call this one mountain. And this one does need to be 1024 by 1024. Okay, so it'll be like that. And this one... Where's our paint? Oh, I see. It's right down. Oh, okay. Let's scale it up by, like, let's not have painting. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not very bright. You can see our material here. Element box. I kind of want it to be maybe just white. And maybe even just a little bit brighter, like this. Actually, maybe just a more intense green or something, like that. Yeah, just to make it easier to see, because it's very subtle. There we go. Now I can actually see what it is. And so I think I want the mountain... So I said it was like over here, right? The northwest? Oh, wait, no. That's north, that's west. This is northwest. Okay, so I think... about this much of the terrain should be... Wait, no. This is like 4 kilometers here. Okay, I think that's going to be good. And then we can start painting. Let's start with a mix of just a green. Larger radius here. And what we can do then is I will then start to erase the edges of this once I feel like it's good. Because, yeah, then we can do our, like, erase. Just make it a little... Just make it blend in a little smoothly. You can see it's not all that smooth. But maybe someday it will be. And then we can do like a save stamp or something. Okay. Yeah, so now it's basically good. And then red. Add. Now we're going to start properly making the mountain. Is it going up or... Oh, it is going up. Oh, it's because it's I'm just going to make the fall off like 1. Or yeah, that'll be fine basically. Yeah, you can see there's something kind of strange with how the blending looks. I may need to figure out... I may need to make like a blur brush or something. But okay, now we have this mountain here. I feel like the normals are off. I guess it's okay. I guess this is what it's doing. Let's do... Yeah, I think we need a flatten brush, and we need a blur brush. Because you can see here, it's kind of hard to make, like, flatter terrain, which is what I'd really want. But okay, kind of like that. Why is the normal... Oh, that's probably the issue here. It looks weirdly flat because, is this directional light, like, rotated at all? Okay, I see. There's something wrong with the normals, I'm pretty sure. Because... What would that be? Yeah, so this could be our mountain. Where's Jackie? How big is Jackie here? Put her next to the mountain. Let her decide. No, this mountain I think is too small. Well... No, I think it would feel appropriate if we put a little bit more, zhuzh into it. Oh yeah, and I don't need to worry about, like... Because I designed the opacity in this way, I can just paint the height wherever, even right up next to the borders, because it'll just smoothly disappear and blend into the other terrain. So we're gonna have the terrain go like this way. So the whole world is gonna be like... Basically view the map from like this way. I probably want it to be... a bit different. or a bit larger, and then like less square shaped, because I'm very much like taking up the whole shape here. So I'm gonna like subtract some shape here. Yeah, I think I definitely need a flatten brush and a blur brush. And those will be kind of difficult to do, honestly. Okay, and then I'm gonna add some more height just at the very tip here. I did something. Did I just do something weird? I don't know. Yeah, the lighting is all wrong here. Yeah, that feels about fine. And then... okay, that feels okay. And then I'm going to do an erase mode at these very edges still, because there's still a little bit of, like, discontinuity. But okay. That way we have that, and it blends in smoothly, and it's all beautiful. And then I do quite need the paths to work. Oh, hang on. Did something happen? Okay. Save all. No result image in overall contour. Overall contour should save the stamp. Is this the correct image? Oh, okay. Overall contour is correct. Okay, good. And you can see here, this is how the opacity looks. So now if we go back to Jackie, and we see how this looks in-game, I don't think it's going to look so hot, because, yeah, there's something wrong with the normal maps. Which I guess would just be in our terrain. So this is the new one. Normal equals normalize n.x. What is n.x? Because we should be doing a texel fetch for the normals here. We aren't. Who is n? Normals. Oh no, okay, we are doing texel fetch. But this... oh no, this is correct. Okay, and then the blue channel is that. And then, okay, so if we go back to height maps, we should have... okay, our normal maps look totally right here. And that means normal is probably not being used correctly in the height map triplanar. Or terrain triplanar. Okay, because we have n equals normalized normals, and this n is then used somewhere, probably... n? No, shouldn't we just have, like, normal equals? Like that? What's the issue here? Include material correction, that, go back to the shader editor. Okay, so we have to have vector 3n here. Normal equals n. Does that work? Okay, okay. I think that is correct. That is what I needed. Okay, so that makes the terrain a lot easier to understand. It also makes it more obvious that, wait, no, that's not even correct, though. Ah, shit. Because that's the world space coordinate. Ah, shit. So that means when we go to thermal, when we go to world terrain, I think we also need to just have normal equals normal. Okay, that's what I needed. Because now we have our directional light and it does its stuff. Like that. Okay. And now we can see much more of the actual, like, shape here. And then I'm going to remove that and I'm just going to put the world environment again. There we are. Isn't that pretty? And now it actually makes sense. So yeah, now we have a, like, major new advantage here, which is that, hang on, I'm going to change the world environment to, interesting. Oh, wait, okay, because it has to scan it and redo that stuff. Close this tab before it gets out of hand. It already had 40,000 errors, so yeah, we definitely need to do something where, like, exit tree and enter tree don't, like, fuck it up so much. But okay, go back to day-night, day-night normal. Yeah, set it to there. And then go to terrain test. Hopefully the world still exists. Okay, good. And that's because that's all here, and we can, like, save all. But okay. Actually, wait, I just realized. I don't think this is quite right. Oh, wait, no, it is right. Yeah, this isn't wrong. I was thinking, like, maybe it's going to negative values. But no, I don't think it is. I think it's doing what I want it to do, which is, like, when the terrain is flat, it's, like, 0.5. No, I don't think it's doing that at all. Yeah, I think my normal maps are wrong. I guess I can test that by getting, like, a lamp or something. Well, no, because it seems... It looks correct. No, I think if I were doing it wrong, it would look wrong, you know? Okay. Try this again. Wrong button. It looks okay. Okay, so now my question is this mountain tall enough? Should it be even taller? Because what it was historically was, like, I think 1,000 to 1,500 meters tall. Yeah, I think this feels plenty tall. Well, it feels small for a mountain, but big for a game mountain, you know? It does feel very dark. For, like, look at how bright Jackie looks compared to the environment around us. I think there is something wrong with the normals. I mean, I guess what I can do is I can just look at the normals. Hang on, don't I have a bunch of notes open? Why is it taking so long also? Okay, not too much. At the ends of arrows. So basically, add-ons, NP, terrain, shaders, normals. Make normals here. Okay. So this derive. Okay, okay. I don't think this is correct. Yes, because this needs to be divided by 2 plus vec2 0.5. Because it goes from -1 to 1, but it needs to go from 0 to 1 for the things to work. Oh wait, does it? No, I don't think it does, because yeah, we're not using it the same. We're not using it in the typical image way. Okay, no, so that's correct, I think. Let's not fuck with that. But it does seem strangely dark. Yeah, what if we just delete this? And then we just get 2 directional lights. No, it feels right, yeah. I think if it were wrong, it would look more wrong. I think there's just something with the shader, maybe, that's, like, not behaving how I want it to. Or, like, something with the world environment. Yeah, okay. That does seem correct. Except for the terrain seems dark. So let's just put a rock. I'm going to say a rock 3. Splurge on a big rock here. Okay. So something is different about these two. You can definitely see a, like, stylistic inconsistency here. So what is that from? Is it because... So if we go back to world terrain... Now this is kind of a labyrinth that I've made. So I think we get the normals and vertices correctly, because there's not anything weird about those. No, I think the normals do feel wrong, somehow. Let's also look up the, like, triplanar. So my typical triplanar is this one. Lighting plane. Is it the lighting itself? So if we go to world terrain, terrain triplanar, how do we do our lighting here? Is there something about this that should be, like, include lighting plane? Wait, interesting. So we have this terrain triplane. Oh, I see, okay. No, that's correct. Thermal light. And so we don't need this here. Can we do that? And actually, do we even need that then? And equals normal. Okay, so we don't need... Okay. That is correct. And this is all just the triplanar stuff. And then we do our typical lighting here. Or like, wait, is this the lighting that we do? Hang on. Go back to world terrain. We do lighting plane. What's the difference between that and the other lighting shader? I guess it's nothing really. And we have a specularity here. close that, close that, close anything that I'm not looking at right now. Because, yeah, we have, like, thermal vision, which is not what we need. This file, okay. So, yeah, the main things I'm looking at are the world terrain and the triplanar, because they look very different, even though they shouldn't. And I think it's either something to do with the shader, or it's something to do with how the normals are being generated. Does it not scale with the terrain scale? So do we have to do something like, you know, the texel fetch for the normals? So it'd be something like a model matrix times that? That doesn't seem quite right. What if we did inverse model matrix? What's the model normal matrix? Oh, okay. But because that's a thing there, so we'd have to do RGB here. And then this would be a vector 3. Okay. That doesn't seem... Yeah, okay, that's not correct either. And now we need this to be, again, an RGB. Okay, that doesn't seem right at all. It does seem like this is the correct answer. This is the correct normals. And then we have our blue here, which is just 1 minus the square root of these two, so it's just the difference between these two. And then we just normalize that. And then, yeah, we set the normals here. We don't need this then, do we? At any point, do we need these normals, or the terrain uniforms? Because, yeah, I don't think there's ever a point where we actually need this varying. Oh, yeah, because then we just do this. Yeah, we don't need that. So we just set the normal axis, or normal vector. And then that still works here. Or does it? Oh, wait, no. It doesn't. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, shit. No, that doesn't work. We do need the world normals there. Yeah, so we still need that. Terrain uniforms, go back here, put that back. And then world terrain or triplanar or world triplanar. Terrain triplanar. This needs to be normal. Yeah, okay, that's still correct then. Because, yeah, it's lit correctly because we're using the world vertex coordinates parameter, so that means that, like, the when we assign normal to the world space normals, it'll then be transformed appropriately into screen space. But we still need to have the world space normals that are untransformed, because otherwise it's just going to be a bunch of screen space effects. We'll need to have more... We'll need to fix this up, smooth it out, do some stuff to it. Because, yeah, it's kind of weird how, like, obvious the brush strokes are. But why is... Yeah. That still doesn't really answer the question of why is this so much... Let's go... Let's go here to, like, make this 4 or something. Oh, yeah, because now we can scale rocks. We can scale these uniformly, and that's awesome. Yeah, why is this so much darker? Why does it not seem to... It seems to be not, like, affected by the environment lighting in a weird way. So there was something, if we just didn't have this. Oh, and that explains why the lighting is so fucked up here, because we didn't have that. Okay. So if we then... Yeah, the coloring is different. Attributes, if we go to shader terrain uniforms, do these use hint color? Source color, okay, good. But it just doesn't seem to be affected by the lighting in the correct way. Do we set the specularity appropriately? Oh, wait, isn't there a light bias? Hang on. Let's go to our actual, like, world terrain material. Where is that, actually? Don't we have, like, the material here? Okay, save this as world terrain material. Because I think what's happening here is there's some sort of light bias. Somewhere in here, wasn't there? Softness? Okay, softness isn't it. Specularity ground, specularity wall. So if we did, like, the ground is like, you know... That's not really going to change anything here, but it would subtly affect the shading, which I'd like. Wavy noise. Grass blend scale. Attributes. We have no attributes texture. Don't we have an attributes texture? Oh, but it's a 2D arty, and we don't have any attributes actually painted onto the scene, do we? Okay, that makes sense. Wait, actually, that might be what's kind of fucking up the thing, then. Oh! It is what's fucking up the thing, isn't it? Okay. So we actually do need some attributes. And this is attribs. And yeah, this is going to be just like default. Let's say attrib defaults. Because yeah, basically our attributes need to be blue by default. Because blue is what actually sets our, like, ambient occlusion. Or the inverse of the ambient occlusion, whatever that means. Okay. Doesn't this have an image? Oh, wait, we need to mix. Okay, so that explains why this wasn't working. Save stamp. Okay, there we go. Save all. And then maybe a redraw all will be necessary. Okay. So yeah, the reason it was so dark is because it has the ambient occlusion as a parameter of the shader. And so now if we did, for example, turn this off, if we go over to here, we should be seeing, we should have seen a blue there. Is there, actually, what is this attributes map here? Attributes. Okay, it's just called attributes. So then if we did a, like, redraw, there we go. Okay, so now you can see it actually does have the same lighting now. That's good to know. And that's why the lighting looks so dramatic here, because it has this transform. So let's just set that back to its position, and we're going to do, what, 16? 32? There we go. So now it covers the whole terrain, and this is just our default flat black, or flat blue. And eventually we can, like, paint some of the other things on here, but we don't need to do much of that. But okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Now it's starting to look better. And there's still, like, the very, like, obvious paint strokes here. So yeah, we need a, editing, more tools. So flatten, and then blur. And I guess they would work in very similar ways. They basically have like a kernel, a sampling kernel. How would I do that? I guess I would just sample whatever's at the center of the pixel, or at the center of the circle, and then everything around it would be reduced. The blur would honestly be the more complicated one. I think what I would do is I would have the shader maybe work in two passes. One is to get the average of like what's ever under the circle, and then the other would be to make everything approach that average. So yeah, it'd basically be exactly the same as the flattened shader, except it does it gets that average from the object. It gets the average instead of getting just whatever's at the center of the reticle. But okay, phew. Okay, so now this looks much better. The terrain doesn't look like weirdly dark. And Jackie does not look like she's on a green screen in front of the terrain. Yeah, look at that. Now it looks like it's actually daytime here. But yeah, it's useful to have that ambient occlusion because then I can have stuff under the terrain. Or like, you know, big structures where the terrain is darkened. Though eventually I need to also make dynamic objects have that ambient occlusion shader then. Or some sort of like ability to dynamically probe for ambient occlusion on objects. That would be nice. And then we would also have like how would I do that? How would I want to set up an ambient occlusion probe? But okay, this feels about right for like the amount of height that I want for these. But I'd obviously want to have more like detail and interest and stuff. Okay, let's save all. Good enough. And obviously, the main benefit of my new the system is the fact that I can just like move this mountain around and put it wherever I want, and it seamlessly attaches to this. That is good. It'll be a good system once it works how I want it to. Oh, it's funny. The fog applies like on top of the yeah, you can see the fog affects this like box. That would be, let's go back to my boundary. No. Border preview. Okay. Paint preview and preview. I think these should have like fog disabled. Because otherwise, color disabled, fog disabled. Because otherwise they're going to have like weird effects, I think. No, I guess it's just weirdly bright. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. You can see that, like, you can see the fog down there. For some reason. Ah, well. I'll live with it. Hmm. And actually, the alpha channel doesn't need to be here. So what we could do is we could have the erase mode, and I don't think this would actually affect anything. Yeah. Erase doesn't affect anything in the attribute defaults because... Oh, wait, no, it would, though. But yeah, then if we did like a save all, or save stamp, save all. It would have blue, but it has no alpha. That would affect how other stamps blend on top of it, though, which I guess... I mean, I guess that's exactly what I want, though. Also, I'm very happy with how the fact that, like, I wasn't able to get, like, the stamps or, like, the paintbrush to actually collide with the terrain, but it still feels natural to just have it collide with, like, the plane where the height is 0. Is this, like, working? It feels like it's not working. Because I'm trying to make it, like, all 0. So set the fall off to, like, 0. Whatever. Terrain stamp save all. Okay. So we have the terrain started. Let's, I'm going to take about 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes to use the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Why is my music not playing? Oh, it is. It's just very quiet. Okay, let's get back into this. What I want now, turn off the brush. So we have, I think, everything looking good. And then what I want is a river. So that'd be a path 3D. River. So this is now going to need to be in NPT group. And what we'll do is we'll have, let's just put some like points here. And then a terrain path. NP paint point. Let's say that and that. And height map will be good. And so now we should be able to... Okay, good. So now we have this. It's not quite how I expected it to be. Oh, yeah, because there's something crazy with going below 0. Or the transition from going below 0 to above 0 for some reason is broken. And I don't know what it is about that. So yeah, that's a bug that we're going to need to fix. And then the other bug that I want to fix is... obviously the scaling is wrong here. We need this to be, looks like scaled down by whatever our height map is. So let's go to that. Let's see. So if we go to the terrain renderer, path, begin path, path start. So that is paint point. Basically, our horizontal size is so get height map global transform inverse scaled local e resolution. Oh, okay. That's because this inverse. Wait. I don't get it. So from and to need to be divided by stroke dot set properties that line mix this dot stroke. So I think what we need is divided by scale, or that should be in height map, right? Terrain scale. Okay. We're going to just divide by... Yeah, just put this in here and see if that works. It almost worked, except for somehow we're now going, like, in the entire opposite way. So how did that change? Like, how did it go negative? Because this... And there's also... Oh, and I just realized this is much more efficient. This runs way faster now. I was worried because before it was like running really slowly, or like it was a choppy frame rate. And that was because I was not doing what I do now, which is like actually what am I doing actually? Terraforming or something. I don't know. I'm doing something better. But okay, then I think our first step is, yeah, how the hell do I actually scale this? And why is the stuff that I'm already doing not working? Because I'm inversing this. So we do h.globaltransform.inverse.scaledLocal, this stuff. And then I think we actually need to do scaled again by, okay, I think I need to do divided by h. terrain scale. Does that work better? Okay, okay, yes. That does kind of work better, except for we actually need this to be here and this here. There we go. Okay. That was where we put that. And now there's now two more issues that you can see. One is the fact that I actually need the stroke to know the beginning and end, because you can see it's basically doing some weird stuff where it's like stepping. Especially if we have a more straight line, you'll see it more and more. This is basically what the yeah, you can see, like, here, for example, it's basically treating this as one straight line, but I didn't account for that when I was designing the, like, line points, because it basically just draws one line with one color, and now it needs to actually blend between the beginning and the end of the line, which I needed anyway because there's some subtle bugs, so that'll need to be fixed. And then also, yeah, the main thing that needs to be fixed is going below 0. Oh, both of them. Okay, so if either point is below 0, somehow that causes this, like, nan. I believe that's what's happening here, or some sort of, like, negative infinity to occur. And also, I'd still like... Actually, what if I just make this radius bigger? So I'm going to try to design the river how I want it to look, first of all. Okay, so we can see it's only at the borders where it's going from, like... where it's blending, kind of, is where it, like, really fucks up. Eventually this river will work. Wait, why is the... Oh, because I'm moving this. I shouldn't be moving this. Don't move the path itself. Don't move the, like, NP terrain path. Move the parent path. Because otherwise it'll get more and more confusing. But okay, so what I'm doing basically is putting the river where I had it before. So it'll go down a little bit. And then it'll curve a little bit. And it'll do this. And we can have some, like, erosion and stuff. Yeah, okay. And then this obviously needs to be below ground. And I think it needs to be deeper below ground, honestly. Because it used to be, like, very steep. Yeah, you can see the plan here. Okay, so yeah, let's fix that nan stuff. We'll just, terrain path, save all. Even though... Actually, let's look at what happens on the height map. So if we look at this... Oh wait, it's not really going to tell us what's happening there, is it? Well, it will here. A little bit more. No, it kind of doesn't. Yeah, because we can see the normal map, like, texture going crazy here. And it'll be hard to actually figure out where that is. Oh, and you can also see the height map chunks. This is just barely beyond where where they normally are. Don't we have, like, a... Where's our height map? So M size divided by 2, M size divided by 2. Custom bounding box. msize.y equals output resolution.x. Let's say that. And that'll be redraw all? Save all? And we can add like another path in here that's a little bit like nicer looking. Let's close this and actually see if that'll work. Okay, now it doesn't go all the way down to the bottom and fuck up like that. So now you can see, like, our river is doing that. Yeah, let's figure out what on earth could be happening in the shader. So this is the, there are two places where it could be. So there's line mix opacity. And then line mix red-green. Let's double check what this actually does. So if we go to the renderer and we are beginning a path, we line mix this stroke. That's an NP paint stroke. And then, so convert shader RGBA RG. Okay. Probably not there. But yeah, we are converting to a red-green. And then, yeah, let's double check how the height map renders a path. Height map, edit, append. Path changed, recompute path. Okay. If it's a height map, we recompute the height map. Subcompute height. And subcompute height does render, so for path, begin path, convert path, render height map path. So I suspect the issue would be in the calculating the distance between the points, I think. But what would cause that? So if we go back to line mix opacity, I believe we use this the whole time. Let's double check. So yeah, result size, result image is a local texture that's just RGBA 32. And then we reset that image so it's just wiped to 0 because this might not work. Actually, what if we didn't do that? I'm curious. I don't think that helps anything. Okay, that does help something. It seems like otherwise it gets way fucked up. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that resets it to nothing. And then we tessellate the curve, and then we get our paths here. And then we get the height map, so we get our invert scale and stuff like that. H size, result size divided by 2. Don't need that. Debug point count, point size. from and to these points, so when we line mix, NP paint stroke, start that NP terrain group. So if it's a path, we do outsize line RGBA shader. Okay, because by default we blend an opacity, but here we're blending the actual like thing. So yeah, line mix RGBA is the one that we need. And I think that means that, yes, somehow the colors or the stuff is just getting way fucked up. And I bet you that's this. Okay, I think this is what it would be. Because we're doing a factor divided by old A plus factor. So if this is 0, factor should also be 0. Float F equals 0.0. And then we'll do like float C factor equals this if C factor greater than 0. F equals C factor divided by, or no, factor divided by C factor. So this would make sense to me. Because I think this is the only place where it's different. Yeah, because otherwise what we do is we clamp the old factor that. Okay, so we're not dividing by 0 in this case. Okay, so that means that what we need to do... Error, shader editor... No. What am I doing? GLSL. The line mix RGBA. Syntax error, identifier left paren. Alpha old is the max of this minus start factor. Oh, right. Parentheses around this. Okay, so then if we close all tabs, and then if we go back to terrain, test. And then if we go back to the path, it should now not divide by 0, so we should be able to just do like this. That didn't fix it. So why would this be different? Because it feels like it must be when this C factor is 0, right? Actually, what did I change here? Oh, no. CD add-ons. Thank you, Godot. Or Git. Whatever it is. Just show me the thing that I wanted to see. Okay. So yeah, factor divided by old A, factor divided by C factor, and that only happens if C factor is greater than 0. Okay, that feels right. Because what else would be causing this? So clamp alpha old plus factor 0 to 1 out color. Result coordinates. RGB, RGB. What else could this be? Because I suppose it makes sense that it's not to deal with that. Because somehow, for some reason, if a segment is entirely above 0, there's no issues with it. I mean, there are kind of weird, like, there's kind of an awkward bump here. Huh. So what else could it be? It'd have to be, I don't think it would be the stroke mix, because I think what's happening then is once we have the, yeah, so I'll say for now it's probably not this then, but I do think this is probably good to have, because, I think it'd be good to have. Okay. Otherwise, what does the height map do then? It renders height map path, and then that does image mix bind, inverse transform, E. No, okay, so image mix would definitely not be the issue, because when we convert the path, perhaps. So yeah, let's go to convert RGBA RG32. Is there any possible way that this would mess up? Because no, we're just turning the red-green channel into... Like, we're just taking the red and the alpha and writing it into the red and green channel over this different image. GL Global Invocation ID XY. No, this seems to make sense. Yeah, because we're just taking our coordinate and we're writing the same image and we don't do anything fancy. No, so I don't think there's any possible way that this would be causing issues. And there's no way, I think, that this would be causing issues because we clamp the alpha from 0 to 1. And so I feel like it's gotta be this, but that doesn't make any sense either, because we're loading the image, the result at the coordinates, and that feels like it'd be totally fine. I guess what I can do is I can just try setting f equal to like 1.0, or we can like have like this whole thing here commented out. And then what this would do is basically mean that it's not doing anything. So yeah, so now if we see the path, it does nothing. I think. I mean, it should do nothing. It looks like it's doing something, though, which is weird. Yeah, it's definitely still doing something, which is very strange. Because we should be getting the out coordinates. So old RGB... line.color.rgb f. And f is now 0. And so it should just be the old color. And the old color... Oh, but now we're mixing it with the alpha. Okay. Okay. So it is still doing something. But it's good to know. Okay. So specifically, that confirms that the issue is not the alpha, which does make sense. But what if we made it so that this... was 1. And so now it's guaranteed to have the same alpha coordinates. Vec4 1.0. F. Clamp alpha that 0, 1. What did I do here? No, that seems correct. Because, yeah, we should have that, and then that goes there. So, yeah, because we're storing into the result image at these coordinates this color, which is a vector 4, which is composed of a vector 3 and the number 1. Mix RGBA. Stroke mix RGBA? Image mix RGBA? No? Okay, so they're all fine. It's just... So now if we come back into here... we should have now... the path should look quite different. It should be... Huh? Oh, I see. Yeah, the shader's still wrong. So it should be the line mix RGBA that is wrong, if it's wrong, right? Oh, because I put a semicolon. It's just that now it doesn't show up here for some reason. Okay, cool. Okay, good. So we're still getting basically just more confirmation of what I was saying, which is that the it broke somehow. But only at the very edges. And so that means that the out color... Oh wait, maybe if we just clamp this. Because, like... I don't get it. Why would it not be? Like, what would this be if it wasn't... Okay, that's not it either. So, F. So if C factor is greater than 0, we do F equals factor divided by C factor. And C factor is just old.A plus factor. And factor is just this weight here. Is the weight wrong? So divided by the max of the radius 0.01. Okay, so the radius can never go less than 0.01. Oh, wait, no. Can we just do... Huh. So 0 to the power of something. No, that'd be 0. That'd be fine. Okay, so we have our distance here. And then that seems fine. So what would be causing... It seems like the number here is negative infinity, or some extremely large negative number, as we approach the very boundaries of the thing. So what is unique about the very boundaries? That's when the distance, or that's when the weight turns to 0. So factor and start factor turn to 0. So alpha old turns to 0. So if alpha old and factor are 0, then that means that this turns to that. So does that mean when the alpha is 0... Huh... What if we had, if f not equal to f equals 1.0. So this should be true of NaN numbers, I believe. What was that? Okay, that didn't work. So it's not being set to NaN, I don't think. Well, it could be, because it looks like it... No, it looks like it is. Because that's why there's holes in the terrain. I think. Because, like, that's what I do for the... calculating the height map hole, or like the holes in the height map. I believe. Let's check the actual static body. This will take a few seconds to load up. But if there are actual holes in the body, that is a signal then that it's actually going to NaN. I don't think it is going to NaN, though. Well... No, it doesn't seem like it. It is dying, though. The computer's dying from this. Yeah, that was a mistake. Unclick that. Yeah, you can see the collider does not like to be visible. Yeah, woof. Okay, there we are. So if I... And I guess it wouldn't be helped by reducing the number of colliders. Or whatever I could do. Increasing the number of different collision objects with, like, sub-pieces of the height map. I don't think that helped too much. Okay. So yeah, I don't think I see any holes here, but I do see, actually, hang on. For some reason, the height map is off. That doesn't usually happen. Oh wait, did I just mess this thing up? No, it's still located in the correct place. Very strange. Oh, because this one hasn't been updated recently. Okay, I see. So this actually kind of does help us, because then... if we went all the way down to see where the height map goes... Does it actually go somewhere? I think it does. I think it does go somewhere. No, I don't think it does, actually. I think it does go arbitrarily far down. Okay, so that's not going to help us. Let's just do if f less than 100,000. 0.0. Oh, wait, no. If f less than negative 100,000.0. Wait, but that doesn't make any sense either, because we clamp it. So how would it be anything other than the correct thing? Because, yeah, if it's not NaN, and it's not arbitrarily, like, negative, and, like, not negative infinity. Because, like, we're literally clamping it. Hmm. So yeah, we don't need this. That didn't really help us identify anything except for that it wasn't this equation, which means that we can eliminate alpha, old, and factor as issues, I think. Or at least, like, general issues. Hmm. You can see it's wicked fucked up, though. Hmm. Result out vector, mix old RGB, clamp F. F is the old alpha plus the factor. Or C factor is that, factor is this. Hmm. So the out color has to be wrong somehow. Out color equals vec3 0. Okay, so try this on for size. Still doesn't work. How would I get this then? Yeah, I'm trying to understand, how would I even visualize this? Because it seems to be specifically... Actually, what if we just change the color of this? So what if we change the mode of this to an attribute? And then we just have this be, like, black. And then I think what I can do is I can recompute this. We'd have to probably reload it. Because now, it won't look too different until I do some sort of shadow casting here. Because it's only going to look subtly different unless I can change this to be, like, white. Because we need to now get the green here. How would I do that? World terrain. We should have, like, ground green in here. Maybe it's just in terrain triplanar attrib, texture fetch attributes UV. Terrain triplanar attrib G minus blend noise, so ground mix that. Huh. Do we have everything here? Like, do we have the noise and stuff? No, we don't have noise. Oh, because I don't have an attribute set here. There we are. So then if we go back into terrain test. We should then... Okay, there we go. So now we have the river as green. And actually we can have two of these, and we can have one of these be height instead. And there we go. So now we have, like, river heights, and then, like, river green. And so what we should be able to do is maybe even hide this. I'm going to have it so that when we change the visibility, that also changes the thing here. So we're going to do like NP height map here. Get elements. Add element children. Oh, I see. Or not C dot visible. Actually, let's just do if this. So if this and visible. There we go. Basically, now what I can do is if we like do this and then I like redraw all, we can see that it disappears. So, okay. So it definitely seems to be something specific about the height. And that does mean that it actually is like this shader or something. Or the image mix RG. So what does RG do that image mix RGBA doesn't do? Okay, I see, first of all, that we don't just get the color A, which is what we get here. Mix original result color A. We mix terrain height result color G, vec3 0. Okay, that's fine, actually. We're just storing the red, and then we're still the green. And that's because this doesn't have a green. Excuse me. I was like on the verge of burping and like trying not to. I'm gonna remove that. Anything else that would be weird here? Because I'm seeing our blend modes. And I don't think those do anything, because right now we're just mixing. So it'd just be vec3 RGB 1. And here, that's just result stamp height position.y. That seems correct. Yeah, and here, yeah, I don't see anything weird at all about the actual green texture. And actually, I'm going to make this, actually, why is this like that? I'm going to make this a, I like that it redraws. That's nice. And I'm going to make this blend with add instead, which doesn't really do anything here. We could do an erase. We could do a subtract, maybe. Oh, but that doesn't, do that. Okay, so now that works. Oh, I see. And the reason that this thing is like this is because I kind of don't want that noise texture to work the way that it does. Basically, you have minus blend noise times 0.5. We could do G plus 0.5 times minus blend noise by that. So that way when it's up to 1, it's still there, and then it like slowly goes out like that. Okay. That kind of works. No, I don't like that, though. Because that means that when the blend noise is... Yeah, okay. Because that means it's always blending a little bit. Ooh, how do I want to do that? I'm just going to do attrib.g. And eventually what we can do is have like a plus... Or we can figure out how to use the blend noise at some other point. But that's not really relevant right now. Because, yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain here of, like, what would be the exact issue? Because, yeah, the line mix RGBA seems to work. No, but I gotta remember, the specific issue is when the line, or when the value is less than 0. Specifically when this red is less than 0. So I think... what would be the unique issue here? Because, yeah, that's the difference between a color blend and a terrain blend, is that the color blend is typically constrained between 0 and 1. The height blend, however, can be between, you know, it can be an arbitrary negative value as well. It's just basically anything. And so, yeah, it seems like our core issue is right when it transitions to 0 opacity, but a negative number. Is that because mix doesn't work with... no, that wouldn't make any sense, because the way that this would work, you'd implement this as old.rgb plus line color RGB minus old.rgb times this number. So there's like no division by 0 that would happen there. So that still has to happen, I think, in the image mix red-green. Maybe, I think color.g actually has to be just clamp. Color.g 0 to 1. I think that would make my life easier. Though that might actually kind of fuck up a bunch of stuff. No, it doesn't. Okay, good. Terrain path, redraw all, save all. Okay, so that isn't the issue either. Terrain height results. Do we do anything division-wise with the result here? So stamp height. Stamp height is sort height range. This times color.r. Color.r is texture by cubic. Does this by cubic do something with the stamp that I'm not expecting? We have these samples mixed. SX is that, and that's the X cubic, so that's cubic of this. No, okay, so this would also not do that. I don't think that'd do anything wrong. Yeah, because we could do 4 samples of the texture. What if we just did a texture fetch there? So we just did an image load or a texture like that. And that would make all of the terrain look worse, but that might be... that'll just help us see if that's the issue. Okay. It does seem to be that's the issue, because there's something weird going on here. See, I think the main thing that I don't like is that this just looks really bad. Why does it look so bad? Oh, because it's a lower resolution as well, first of all. But okay, and you can see here that now we get a lot more aliasing along these lines because these are also lower resolution things. And somehow I lost the ambient occlusion, I think. Yeah, we lost... Oh, wait, no, we didn't. Oh, wait, I bet we might have, actually. But I need to use the bathroom again, so I'll be back. My stomach's kind of acting up. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so we were trying to figure out... Right, it's something to do with my bicubic filtering, which is surprising to me because it doesn't seem like that would have any issues here. Oh, wait, no. No, yeah, okay. So what is X? Or S? S is just the bicubic, this X cubic function, and that's just this, which is just that. So why would... Huh. What does it mean, though? Also, why does my preview still have the... Don't we have... Ah, whatever. No, wait, not whatever. Preview, so paint preview material. This should have this paint preview shader, which should ignore the fog, and it doesn't ignore the fog. Well, whatever. Oh, wait, no, it's because it's getting the depth. Okay. It's because it gets the depth for both the front and the back, I think. So we'll ignore that. So now I have to grapple with this because I like the cubic. Okay, so the issue is specifically when we're mixing negative numbers, or some of these numbers are negative. So what do we do with this bicubic that wouldn't be, like, correct? Because we get the color here, color R, color G, and we clamp it here. And that's perfectly fine. Source height map range dot y times color dot r. So why would our bicubic... I just don't get it. Somehow, going from here to here, because I can see that there is some sort of bug with how this edge case is being handled. And I could already see that with the other maps, or with the... Like, if we raise this up above 0... Oh, okay, and we still have the issue. It just only now happens when, at this boundary condition still. So even without... Okay, so the bicubic alone is not the issue still. I just don't understand how this could be possible. But yeah, because we can see here that it's going down. Is it possible that the distance is more than 0? So when we do this here, when we get the weight, power this, that, 0 to 1, attenuation. Huh, no, that doesn't seem like it'd be possible because we just get the... You know, we clamp it to 0 from 0 to 1. So yeah, why would it look so strange then? Okay, move it up further so that it's all above the terrain. Because yeah, you can definitely see there's something weird with how it is interpolated. I think. Maybe just move this to be ever so slightly above the terrain, so that way we can see... Yeah, Yeah, these lines are strange. So maybe we just do save all. And then I'll close this, open it, get the shader stuff. Like, put this back to bicubic. Because I like the bicubic sampling for everything else. Yeah, because that still makes this look better. I think it's probably just some, like, resolution scaling thing. But yeah, there's something wrong with the edge boundary. But specifically only for height maps. And it gets way worse when the height map goes from positive to negative. So there's both the issue of when the height map is below 0, or when the height is below 0, the edges get way fucked up. But also, when part of it's below 0 and then part of it's above 0, that boundary condition is separately fucked up. Even if we remove the bicubic. So this would still be here, even without the bicubic filtering. But the bicubic filtering also fucks this stuff up. So here... Okay, and this still goes to negative infinity, but it doesn't seem to go to outright nan like these ones do. Yeah, because these ones aren't as fucked up as these ones. But I just don't understand. I don't even really know how I can, like, look at the math for this. I guess what I could do is I could store the big issue is that I can't read the raw data from these textures. Well, actually, no, I bet I can. So if we go back to this river. Actually, what if we change this to 1? And then we redraw. No, okay, that doesn't help much. And also I want this to be a bit more like, Wait, why does this Oh, I see, okay, that's not changing the height. Oh, wait, no, it is changing the height, because these are, like, the same thing. So make this unique. And then we can do that. Okay, and that changes the color there in a way that I find nice. I think what I need is a unique shader button thing. So we need to make a new shader. And it's basically just going to take the, I think the red, green, or the RGBA value. And we're going to debug it. So we're going to have, this is kind of a nightmare. So our compute shader, version 460, debug, convert, height, height RGBA. So we're going to have it be like, just going to do this, RGBA 32F. This will be our debug out. And we don't need anything else because we're just going to do, yeah, void main here. Vec for data equals image load RGBA C. Let's get our invocation ID here. And I want to figure out how I want to deal with the colors here. So let's do if data G greater than, let's have just a vec4 result color equals data.rgb. If data.g greater than 0 or greater than 1.0 or less than, no, I think this actually has to be now the alpha. Let's do result color dot b equals 1.0. If data are less than 0. Let's say less than -1,000. For now, I'm just going to do result color.r equals 1.0. Result color.b equals 0.5 or like 4. Yeah, let's say that's fine. Result color.a equals 0.2 or like 1.0. And then we're going to do an image store RGBA, debug out C data. Okay. And so what we're going to need to do is basically we're going to have a button that writes a result image. Ooh, this is going to be tough. So go to our renderer. Let's have a debug render RGBA height. Debug shader RGBA height RID. Debug height RGBA GLSL. And this now also needs to be with the free shaders. Do we not have our convert shader? Convert shader RGBA RGB. Okay. So now we need to have the ability to like render debug, and we need to get the image as an RID and then get the data from that image very quickly. And I guess this one we'd still need to have the add job functionality. Let's go back up to my other things like render path or something like that. Begin path. Okay. So let's just have a function debug height map path transform. Actually, we don't even need the inverse transform. We're just going to do the e path Okay. So what we're going to need to have is our converted shader. So we're going to do a var result equals... Ooh, this is going to be tricky, though, because, I guess we can just have the converted result be a local texture again. So yeah, I'm going to have that again. And we're going to change how this works to be a RGB. This is now going to be data format. Wait, hang on. It's sint. R32G32 sint. That's not right. This needs to be sfloat, doesn't it? Signed integer red-green color channel. I feel like that's the issue, because it's converting to an integer. Hang on. Before I get too lost in my debug stuff. Is this supposed to be sfloat? Yeah, because we have that everywhere else. So why would it be sint for the converted result? Any issues here? Not a valid texture. I think that was the issue. Hang on, because yeah. What the fuck? Am I fucking dumb? Why did I put it as an sint? Why did I explicitly say make that an integer when, like, look, the whole thing is fixed. The whole shit's fixed. Not like, also the, like, weirdness at the edges, like, all the weirdness at the edges is fixed because it was going from 0 to 1 and it was converting to, like, an integer for some reason. So I was just stupid. I was just dumb. Let's also add another height, though, because this one's going to be a unique, because we're going to make this a little bit less wide. Make it like points, or let's make it like 30. And then we're going to do maybe something like this, perhaps. You can see there. Maybe we do still have it be like 1. So that way we can see that, and then we can like have this still at the same radius. So now you can see it's kind of doing more of what I'd want it to do. Well, I don't know. We should probably have a notification visibility changed here where like it re-renders. Or what equals notification visibility changed. Okay, so that way, now we can just hide and show, and it actually changes the stuff here. So yeah. Now we can see a little bit more of what I'd want. I think I would want this to be a lower thing, though. Like about here, and then maybe we have it more like that, so that way it's not too crazy. It does have a weird, like, hump here. I guess it's because it's, like, tessellating differently. I mean, part of the fix now... So, okay, we finally got that. It was literally one thing. Now it perfectly works exactly how I think it should work. And so now the next thing that we need to do is that interpolation of the paths, because they should be slowly going from one into the other. Let's fix that now. So that was the bug with the edge conditions. Strange behavior when paint stroke gets near itself. So that kind of fixed that. Paths, draw line segments directly onto the height map parameters, fall off. So we got kind of all these. So radius, noise. No, we don't have noise yet. We do have opacity and blend and fall off and stuff like that. And then, yeah, that'd be good to have. Draw line segments directly onto the height map, respect height map scale. Line segments need to smoothly blend start and end properties. That is now what we need to do. And we do respect path resolution scale. Okay. Wait, why are these like up here? Oh, because the whole thing is up here. Bring this down. And bring these back up. Because yeah, you can see our main issue now. It gets less noticeable the more curves there is, but yeah, we need to get those steps working properly. And that's also necessary if I want it to be, like, for example, wider at the end versus the start, and like just different things like that. So I think I actually want it to be... Where do I want this river to actually start from? I think I want it to go more like this. And we'll have another river that joins in with this one as well. Probably not as deep, though. And yeah, I want this river height to still be more like this, but I want to have the edges be smoother. Which is difficult to do. Unless I just add another one of these. And then make another unique thing here. And then we have another radius. And then we have it go like this. So we can kind of see a weird, like, tessellation effect here now. Of, like, it smooths out near the base. But it's pretty steep. It gets steeper and then it gets less steep. I'm going to add some, like, erosion stuff. So this will be basically fine for now. But okay, let's save all. I can't believe the issue was I specified integer explicitly for no reason. I guess I probably used autocomplete or something dumb. Let's see, where's that, save, debug, or print, debug, no result image. Let's just print, so if not in result image, image already saved, or like no new image. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh wait, no, we don't need this debug height. Ah, whatever. Fixed some bugs. What? View, origin, master? Main? Okay, there we are. Okay, so now we can go here, add that. Okay. Take your time, Godot. Okay, so updated height maps. Oh wait, no, we should not have NPT output saved, I don't think. I don't care. We'll remind our hard drive that it exists. Okay, well that's doing its thing. our next mission will then be, yeah, getting the endpoints of the height maps working, and that should be easier than this, even though, as I said, the only issue was actually that, I was an idiot. I think with this height 3, we could do even more intense here, and then be... do I like that? It doesn't really fix it that much. I think what I'd really want is the attenuation to be a curve texture, but oh wait, look at that. Now it's kind of exactly what I want. And okay, because we have these three, any one of these actually kind of fixes most of what I want. Yeah, that's good enough. And it's probably faster to have just 3 separate paths than to like do another texture sample for every sample. Okay. Push. Actually, does Git accept this? I think it should, because I don't think any of these are larger than like 2 megabytes. Because, you know, surely they're compressed. They are like the .res files. Okay, it seems like Git allowed that, or GitHub allowed it. 100, okay, so we're writing a lot of stuff, it turns out. 200 megabytes of data. No, okay. Height map attributes is 256 megabytes. Ooh. That makes sense. Actually, wait, that doesn't make sense. Because you would think that this would be... Because the... Oh no, it does make sense. Okay, because these height maps are... Okay. So we would need some sort of compression. Because, yeah, this is 4 times the size of these. These are 64 megabytes. I didn't know that these were actually, like, so big. So we might need to have the output files here ignored. Or I might just not have the... No, I have to have it able to push online. Get LFS is going to be annoying to deal with, though. Because I think you have to also pay for it. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you do have to update to, like, a thing, don't you? I probably wouldn't... I could do this, okay. Okay, so what's the cost of this? Because I remember distinctly there is something about, like, you have to pay for the LFS server. Because, like, otherwise, what's even the point? Like, because it's just another repository for the same information. Okay, wiki or like git lfs cost. Metered billing. Ugh, that's not going to be good. So you have to explicitly set a budget. I think what I should probably do is add the NPT output to my git ignore for now, or at least the like full maps. Because the stamps are enough to recreate it. Yeah, I think what I'm do, I know how to do this. Basically, we're going to go back to our height map result. So like npt output, get output folder. This song annoys me. So we're going to actually have so when we save the resource here, this is going to actually be our / full map. Recursive absolute. Or like, let's say results. And then we're going to have, okay, we have that directory name, pname. So yeah, we're going to remove, and we're going to have this results folder not in our thing. Okay, let's see if that works. So if we do save all, we should have, hang on, if we, so npt attributes, so none of these need to exist anymore, right? Go to like file manager. Yeah, because now we have that, and we have results here, and then we do that. And so none of these exist. Maybe we close that, and then we see if these exist still. Height map holes. Okay, so those are still being used in terrain test. Let's just go to terrain test TSEN and see why. I know, yeah. NPT output here. These should all be result now. So yeah, now if we delete these. Result. Terrain stamps. No. These should be correct. Oh, because the UIDs. Okay, so we need to remove the UIDs here as well. Let's see if that works. Oh, it's results. Okay, that's probably why. Okay. So now that works. And it should presumably, if we save the scene and then close it, it should have new UIDs. Okay. Those are recreated. These should not be created. Yeah, remove all those. Cannot load resource, blah, blah, blah. That makes sense. And then what I should do is I should patch up the history. So what I can do now is go to my git ignore. NPT output results. And so basically, anytime that I migrate the scene, I have to just re-render the terrain, and that won't be bad. Status, git add, dot git ignore, add-ons, np terrain, areas. Diff am store all or store results to separate folder. Why am I what? No? What? This is main. I don't know why it thinks I'm not in main. Oh, did I need to submod? Like, I don't give a shit. Oh, wait, no. Go back to here, git push. Okay, there we are. And nothing of value is lost, presumably. Why is the music not working? Okay, there it goes. Or do not save result files. Okay, so now we need to patch up these git merge commits in history. I've done this before to fix the files. Isn't it squash? So yeah, you may want to revise your local commit history. So git stash, that's not what we need. Git commit amend, git rebase, squashing commits. It's possible to take a series of commits and squash them down to a single commit with the active revising tool. The script puts helpful instructions on the rebase. So how do I, like, just call this function? Because I don't need to... I just need to, like, Okay, this isn't going to explain anything, it seems. Okay, so it's git rebase I. Git reset soft head tilde 3. Actually, what is our git log? So updated height map. So we're going to do git reset soft head tilde 3. Git log. Let's see what the log looks like. No, we need, that's not right. Updated height maps. No, because we need this one. So that'd be origin Godot 4. Okay. And then we have all this stuff. Okay. And that means that all of this is added here, so we can just do, let's see. Git reset rewrite history. You must use force flag to push the modified branch to the remote. Okay. So we don't need to use the force flag to push it to our, like, thing here. So we can just do git add dot. Or no, we're just doing git commit fixing height map. Or no. So we can push. This should work fine. But then to push to the drive, we need to do git push drive force, because we've already pushed the updated stuff. And so now all of those result files aren't saved, which honestly probably for the best anyway, because they're expensive and they change a lot. And we can just look at them. Yeah, 256 megabytes. So yeah, there's like gigabytes of stuff here. Or there will be eventually, probably. Well, no, actually there won't be. This is as big as it ever gets. Ironically, the terrain stamps, despite being... they're going to be more... All of the files are smaller, as you can see. Because I'm probably not going to get any bigger than 1024 by 1024. Just because that makes my life easier. But that does mean that I'm going to have a lot more stamps. But I guess that is better, because they're the RG floats. Because, yeah, the attributes were the real killer. Okay, and so now if we go back to the terrain, we can also test if deleting the height maps means that these aren't, are fine, I guess. So failed to load debug height thing. Debug, let's go back to terrain renderer, debug height. We're not going to really need these. Debug shader. Who needs to debug stuff? Couldn't be me. Yes, that. Delete that. Remove unused debug shader. I can't believe the whole issue was just the fucking using an integer. I was dumb. Very dumb. But okay. Presumably, this could be trivially recreated with the stamps and the position of the stamps, but I don't want to risk, or I don't want to test it today. So instead, what I'm going to do is now I'm going to actually get the heights of stuff. Because basically, our line mix RGBA specifically will now need, I guess line mix, I guess both the line mixes will need this eventually. Well, hang on. If we go to terrain renderer, wait, hang on. Okay. We should push that, though. Update NP terrain. Okay. So yeah, now my mission is to basically specify the start and the end point. So right now, if we go to our begin or path, the way that this works is for each of our points, we get the midpoint between those two, I think. Yeah, okay. What we're going to have to do is this, I believe, will need to have... No, that's fine as it is. A line mix will need to have 2 strokes now. So we're going to call this now stroke start. And we're going to need 2 colors. Yeah. Vec for color 2, float radius 2, duration 2. And then we do the result size. And so we're going to need to have a stroke end here. And that means that this is going to be exactly the same as, let's go to line mix opacity. I believe that's going to be the same there. For most of these, it will not do anything. But we're going to have, let's have just stroke end actually is just a mandatory thing here. So yeah, stroke. And then for most of these... Let's do that. So who is this? Stroke set properties. That. Do we need to have this? Let's start with basically setting these properties here. So this is now going to be our offset is not going to be this. We're just going to have this be from... Wait, no, that seems correct. I think this middle isn't correct. Yeah. That's not there anymore. From .y. Wait, isn't this points dot... Hang on, isn't this point count supposed to be less? Who is this S? Who gets this S here? Okay, that is that. Okay, that... I guess that makes sense. Okay. So var props keys 2 equals start dot lerp and oh wait, no. Hang on. Okay, good. That does create a new paint point. And offset 2 properties 2 color equals color from dot... Oh wait, no. This now needs to be 2.y 0 0 properties dot color dot a 2.color.a. Okay. And then we'd have, yeah, stroke 1, stroke 2, and then stroke 2 dot properties equals properties 2 here. Okay. Because, yeah, we're mixing from line, or the stroke to stroke 2. And then that means anywhere else we do a line mix, we have ESS here. Because that's going to be the same line for both positions. Okay. Color 2, attenuation 2, that. Result size. And that means I kind of want this to be at the beginning there. Okay. Let's go back to our renderer. So we're now going to need to rethink some of this stuff. Line mix. Stroke start, stroke end. Start. So our first thing is now going to be these. 0, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. Okay, that all looks correct. So yeah, we have our first line here. And then we have almost exactly the same thing, except it's going to be stroke end. And also what I'm going to do is just, like... I kind of want to change this to be just, like... something like this. And then I can just change this offset as I need to. Because, yeah, I might need to change this. Okay. But that means that for these ones, it's actually going to be 36. Because I think the bytes just start right at the end of those. And then that means that now this is going to be 56. Wait, no. This needs to be 40, actually. 40 plus 20, so that means this is 64. And this is 68. And that means that this is now taking 80 bytes. So the push constants are actually going to be sized 80. Because it needs to be a multiple of 16 bytes. So that means we have, what, 8 bytes left over? That's fine by me. Okay, so this should, for now, do nothing. The color 2, radius 2, attenuation 2 are not used. But that should be all of the preamble necessary to now rewrite the shader to blend between these 2 points. So if we like grab this and just move it around, it works exactly the same as it did. And then what we can do, let's actually see how this would work. So if I, for example, were to take this height and just make the radius at the end a new paint point, like a different radius here. Yeah, you can see it gets smaller and smaller. Do I like, well, it'd be a bit different than that. It'd be like, I don't know, something like that maybe. You can see it's just a little bit different. And then maybe like at the start here, it might curve out a bit like that maybe or something, or like this perhaps. That doesn't quite look right, but you know. And then our next step is obviously to then fix these lines. So this is what I actually needed to fix. You can see this kind of scalloping because it doesn't smoothly blend between the 2 points. Because now what we need is distance from line should be a vector 2. So derived from. Because we actually need to have vec2 return vec2 length this. Return the length from any point on the line. And a bound 0 to 1 of which point along the line, or indicating is closest. Because this is now going to be used to mix between our things. So this is now going to be vec2, line, so let's say distance and mix, float distance equals distance mix.x. So yeah, when we get the weight, these are now going to need to be... Yeah, we can actually do that now. Well, I'll do that soon. Because yeah, basically any time where we actually do line.color, this now needs to be the mix from... Yeah, let's actually just start with that. So float radius equals mix line.radius. I'm going to call this DM now, because we're going to do a lot of stuff with it. Line.radius 2 dm.y. So this is how it's going to be used, and we're going to do that with our attenuation and also for color. And that means anywhere where we use line.blah, we no longer use line.blah. Except for line.start. We do use it there. And so yeah, here as well, color is not just going to be that. Do we even use the line.color.a anywhere? Oh, we do. But okay, and that means that now I need to figure out how to actually get the dot product. So if we go calculate, no, if we go paint, basically what we're doing right now is if we need a point like, say, here, we can get the dot product. So the vector projection is basically what we need. We would need the length of the projection divided by the length of our relative end. Actually, does that mean that this d times relative end here? I think d is actually what we would need then. L squared. Okay, I think we just do d. Because, yeah, we're already multiplying by relative end, so we would do relative point minus projection. Yeah, okay. So this is exactly what we need, this number d. Because, yeah, that is the relative end dot with the relative point divided by our end, our length here, which is just the length squared of this object. Oh, wait, but that's... Okay, that is clamped to 0 to 1. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's see if that works. So basically, if all goes well, it'll look very similar, except it won't scallop. Which I think is what that is. Line, mix... Is it RGBA that I'm doing? Return cannot convert value to return type. Because... Distance from line, vec2... Vec2 length, this D... What's the one that's not returning? 23. 23. Oh, because that's going to be vec to this. So if the length of relative end is 0, we're just going to do 0 there. Attenuation 2. Oh yeah, and that's because these also need to be... Wait, what? Oh, attenuation. I've done that multiple times, actually. Okay, there we go. So now if we go back to terrain test. It seems like it's gotten worse, if I were to hazard a guess. I'm not sure exactly why, but it does seem like it's not as good as it was. I mean, it looks kind of cool. But yeah, certainly not the effect that I was going for. Okay, so now I need to figure out how this could actually even be possible. Is it because this dot product... Oh, I bet you it's because this needs to be square rooted? Actually, was that supposed to be square rooted the whole time anyway? I'm just going to try a square root of d here. See how this looks. That doesn't look any better. Okay. So what exactly would be going wrong here? So we have a radius. So DMY, DMY, DMY. We have our color, which is mixed from those two, that two. It could be simply our colors aren't mixed correctly. Because... No, that seems like it'd be okay. What if we just set this to 1 for now? Let's try 1.0, and let's try 0.0. So this should look not like this. Yeah, okay. So it seems like part of the issue is that these line 2s are not correct, because this is supposed to be basically the same, but just like the next line segment over. So stroke 2. So what do we do with stroke 2 that's not being done with this one? From 2 to 2. So we mix from stroke 1 to stroke 2. Offset, offset 1 to offset 2. P plus 1 divided by S. So that should be correct. And then 2 is inverse that. So from and to, from to. Okay, so I think the math here is correct. I think what's going wrong is the buffer offset. Error callings from signal path change, recompute path, expected arguments 1. Oh, I see. And that's probably because our path point here, or terrain path there. This, p change to itself. Do we actually, is there a place where we don't have it correct? No, that feels correct, I guess. Where else do I call path changed? Oh, I see. Okay. So yeah, it seems like that's the bug. There's some sort of like buffer that's, or some sort of value that's offset that's not being properly set in here. So the start and end attributes all seemed correct. So if we go back to here and do 0, we should see it work exactly the same as it did. Yes. So yeah. Sampling the endpoints and presumably uploading those to the shader is the problem. So if we go back to our terrain renderer, stroke and so this should be 36. So that should mean 40 is our next one. But maybe it's not, because maybe attenuation... Oh, I bet you this vector 4 needs to start at a certain boundary. Yeah, it probably needs to be aligned to a 16-byte boundary. So I bet you this is actually 48. And that would mean this is then 68? No, 72? And then this would be 76. So I bet you now, yes, okay. And we still have scalloping. Oh yeah, because I haven't actually done this again. Okay, so that explains that. And then it should look perfectly smooth and seamless. No, it doesn't. Huh. So why is this the case then? Because it should now be getting the correct like start and end points. Oh, wait, hang on. But our start factor here, this does still need to be line dot radius. Okay, this one still needs to be the start of it. Aha, it's getting better. It's now ever so slightly wrong still. But I bet you that's probably because I'm not doing something else here. Oh, because this is supposed to be line.color.a times get weight, length of that, length of blah, blah, blah. Okay. And that should be subtly different. Still not quite right. Am I good with this, though? Because I'm also going to be doing a bunch of, like, erosion effects on top of this. So the fact that it's not perfect, but pretty good, it's better than I think it was. And it runs much faster now, because I'm not doing, like, it used to be, I was doing, like, one, shader invocation for like every 0.2 meters along the path because I was just using the raw path data. And now I'm just using like a tessellated version of the thing. Okay. Save all. Yeah, honestly, definitely for the best to not save the terrain height map. It's so inefficient to save that. But okay, I'm going to say that's like 90% the way there. And that's good enough for me. I'm a 90% kind of man. Let's get my other NP to do map. There we are. Okay. Line segments need to smoothly blend. So I'm going to say bugs can still improve path segment blending. And yeah, our opacity blending I'm not going to do anything with at all. But I will actually fiddle a bit with the... I think this river green I'm not going to do. We're just going to have the river kind of do this for a while. But I would like... I think on both sides this river needs to be a bit wider. So this is like the main river stuff. Height main. I guess height 2 and height 3 does actually indicate correctly what's happening. Your paint points, let's say, we could have it go wider at the end, or like narrower, and then like... Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then height 3, I want it to do a similar thing. Yeah, you can see that it's doing its wacky stuff. I want it to be kind of like this, maybe? And then maybe a wider radius, so that way it's like more narrow. I like that. Okay. So now you can see how these effects are coming together to make like more complicated shapes. We have like a more subtle thing where like here it's like a deep valley. But then as we get further and further upstream, it's like less ruckus. You know, it's getting bigger. Or deeper at least. But okay. Now I want another path. Path 3D. So this is also going to be NPT group. River 2. Because yeah, this whole time there's actually going to be 2 rivers. And also it's so powerful to have just the ability to be like, you know, adding a whole bunch of like rivers. Like just, like think of what I'm actually doing. This is a massive height map. And before, it would take me like, you know, if I wanted to just move this river, I'd have to redo the whole height map in Blender. But now, it's just trivial. It's just totally easy. So let's add a terrain stamp. Oh wait, no, not a terrain stamp. I need a terrain path. My life has gotten so easy now. Let's say, like, this. And this one will be similar in that it gets lower by this point. I'm going to try to make it so that it doesn't blend too funkily into here. But it seems like they will blend kind of funkily. Actually, that's a strange, like, phenomenon there. Why is it doing that? This will be river 2 height. Let's just have it go like a wider radius, maybe. Yeah, so what if we flip these around? Do I prefer that? I'm just going to put a bunch of stamps on this to, like, erode away all this, like, these weird seams here. This will be okay, though. Okay, so I think this one is going to be wider and less deep. So yeah, let's get this width up a bit. Do I want more valleys here? Because I could do like a, you know, point here. Something like that. And it can't be too narrow. Yeah, I like that. Adding a bit more I don't know, interest to it. But okay, so it starts up, goes down a little bit, down a little bit, down all the way. Collides right here. And then I think as it gets closer, it gets shallower. So we're just going to add that. Ooh, I need to flip the path, actually. Or I can just swap these. Just make this one have a lower radius, the other one have a higher radius. Okay. So now we have that. And then, of course, I should add some more kinks to this river because it's kind of boring looking. There we are. We'll keep it smooth as well, or like keep the actual like height gradient relatively smooth. Though I guess it could go down suddenly. Like, you know, it drops a bit here. And then we have that go down. We have this go down or stay like relatively flat like that. So then it's like there. And then we could do a similar thing like here. Because admittedly, this one's meant to be much more winding, so I'll have to do that a bit more. Yeah, look at this. It's like a whole video game. I'm gonna have that go up a little bit. Beautiful. And then, yeah, naturally the next things to do will be add lots and lots of erosion and, like, complicated stamps to, like, make these hills a bit more natural looking. I think this area is a bit too wide, though. Let's do, like, 80 here, and let's do, like, 30 here. Because we're going to add a lot more, like, complexity to this side of the river. I'm thinking, like... maybe even multiple, like, paths or something. Oh, I see. Interesting. Because it's, like, looping in on itself now. You have those crazy, like, things. But okay. Let's just play with these points that I have now and see how I can get this to look nice. Because, yeah, as I said, we'll have the ability to paint and, like, add some more to this. Actually, who is that? Oh, yeah, now this needs to be much less emphasized. Who's this? Oh, I see. It's that one. Okay. There we go. Ooh, I like how crazy this is. I'm gonna do probably a like hill here. Yeah, like a steeper like waterfall here, and then yeah, we need to like jag it up this. And yeah, then we'll have a bit of a clearing out here. Some deeper curves, I think, right about here. I'd like it to do like that, maybe. This whole area should probably be like lower. This like kind of, I want this to be kind of a basin. But yeah, this gets the overall shape and idea of the river here. How do I... So, can I just do split segment there? Okay. Kind of awkward that I have to do it like that, but that's okay. I'll live with it. Alright. Yeah, let's try to make it now all make sense. So it's going to be this relatively wide river here. Lots of rocks, I think, are going to be here. Lots of erosion. Let's get another one of these here. Does that feel about right? I think I do, like... Oh yeah, this is the start of it. I keep forgetting. I think I like that a bit more. Even though that creates the crazy scalloping and, like, artifacts and weirdness when you blend the two together. Why does it do that, actually? Because, yeah, particularly right at the edge, it's still doing some weird stuff. Is that because there's no alpha? Or there's some alpha and blending with zero alpha, and so it's, like, removing terrain that it's not supposed to. Like, it's just blending in inappropriately there. I mean, that makes sense. Let's lower the radius of this down to, like, yeah, about there, about there. And here we're going to have probably, like, yeah, that feels about right. I want it to be pretty subtle. The seam between the two curves, naturally. Okay. And obviously we would need this to be slightly different, because I don't like how plain and boring this part is. I wish you could still, like, add points and edit the curves of the points at the same time, rather than having to do a bunch of, like, a whole, like, song and dance, basically, to get that working, but that's okay. I like that this is still, like, running in real time as well. Or, like, running at just, like, a perfectly fine frame rate. Okay. So this is, like, our raw river. Or a raw, like, valley system. And then we can start piling on the other attributes and stuff. So yeah, let's add another stamp. I'm going to call this one, like, River Erosion. And I think what I want to do with this one, let's scale this up to, like, yeah, that feels about right. I'm going to make this just green. With a, like, lower or a higher fall off. And then mix. And let's have a lower opacity here. Interesting that it chose to put it there. So why exactly did it choose to put it there? If I did save all... Okay. So then we can, like, have this. Okay. Yeah, why the green there? I guess let's just close that. Go back into here. And we're just gonna erase Interesting. It's, oh, because the stamps aren't being appropriately set up either. Or, like, our line mix opacity is no longer... Right, because this needs to be start and end, opacity that. There we go. Right. I knew there was something I was forgetting with that. But okay, good. Now if we come back in, this should just work. We should be able to erase just fine, like that. And then we can have our green here, and we can like actually, let's start adding, and let's just, yeah, a little bit at a time. We just want to like erode in some stuff here. Because, yeah, my goal is basically to just kind of fuck up the riverbed a little bit. Let's change this. Let's change the blend mode a little bit to, like, there. There we go. Can I set it to 1 explicitly? No. Okay, if I did save all here, how would this look? So yeah, basically what I want is I can now push this down, and we can, yeah, we can see we're fucking up the terrain a little bit. Push it down like that, and yeah, now we're getting some more interesting, like, contour here. And let's erase right at this edge here. With a full opacity brush, so that way I can actually, like, erase it. There we go. So, okay. You can see that that just adds a bit more contour, a bit more interest. A bit more drama. And now I can just kind of reuse this whole thing as much or as little as I want. Let's push this down a bit, so that way we're getting about, yeah. Well, we would need this to be lower. Because these do need to actually be, like, going below the ground. I guess that's okay. I think we need, like, 0 closer to the center here, though. Probably not that much. Well, it's kind of too late now. With the way that I've designed this. Okay. Actually, why do we have 2 of these open at once? That's... ah, well. Whatever. Okay. So yeah, now we have these. I kind of prefer to erase here, actually. So that way... Okay. Oh, I see. It's because it's duplicating the thing as well. Okay, that's funny. It's duplicating the child objects here. Okay. Yeah, you can see how all of these are like doing something. Okay. So where is the player again? Where are you? Right here. Okay, let's try... Oh wait, that's not what I need. Let's do like a rapid start so I can get my hover scooter and just like ride around and see how big the world is again. Because this will be a nice spot, I think, to conclude it as well, since I have been doing it for 4 hours or thereabouts. Ooh. Oh, no, okay. I was worried that it was like really slow, but no, it doesn't look like it is. Okay, let's do player rapid. How do I do that again? Player GD. Don't I have like a debug rapid start? Okay, rapid start. There we are. And now we have everything that I need. Look at that. And then we got the mountain in the distance, so I'm going to need some more mountainous terrain. And you can see the erosion could use some work. And also, I am thinking we still don't have the... Oh yeah, we definitely don't have ambient occlusion still, so we do need to go back to our attribute defaults. And yeah, let's just get blue paint here. Do we need red? I forget what I'm going to do with red. I guess I don't really need any of that. Let's do like a mix here. Yeah, okay. The alpha does not... With 0 alpha, it doesn't save the blue channel, I don't think. So that will actually put an effect on things. But okay. Save that stamp. So that should now be all blue. Beautiful. And then we can save... I guess that's good. I don't think we need to save everything because I've only changed the attribute and I've set the attribute. Well, I might need to. We can just do a save all here. That should be fine, probably. Especially while the game is running and loading this scene. Okay. So then we can do player rapid start. There we are. It's not full screen, but that's okay. Yeah, the terrain is a lot less the terrain's less polygonal. It runs faster. It's faster to edit. It's easier to edit. Because, yeah, the Blender scene also took, like, you know, because there's, like, 512 by 512 polygons or something. But it would take, like... It would run at, like, 2 frames a second when I was actually editing the terrain because of all the, like, terrain modifiers and stuff to make the chunks work. It was a very bad system. But okay. We could honestly make these rivers smaller. Well, I think what I want is more mountainous stuff inside the river. So I'll probably just do that as, like, more terrain stamps that are kind of like the inverse of that erosion shader, or that erosion effect, where I just, like, get some tall objects and just kind of put them everywhere. Because, yeah, we need more tiers of height, because right now, you kind of just walk up this thing. We need more intense valleys. But it's getting there. And yeah, I think the mountain could be bigger. Can I just, like... I guess I could grab it and raise it up, but that wouldn't look very good, because that wasn't how it was, like, built. Ah, well. So yeah, where the two rivers met, it was kind of clunky. I don't know what the deal is with that. I guess because it's not writing the original, it should write the green channel plus the existing green channel, I believe. No, actually, I don't think that's right. No, because they're two independent strokes. They should be treated as totally independent stamps, actually. Ah, well. For now, I'm just going to kind of, like, wander down this path. Yeah, so I think we've gotten into the area where it's boring to get down this area. So I'm going to need to start, like, building up more detail. I should probably look at the original terrain for reference, because it is pretty good. Like, I did a pretty good job with it. It's just that I want it to be, like, possible to edit stuff. And not a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, the verticality is pretty nice. And the other thing I'm going to have is a lot more rock prefabs. Especially since now I can, like, scale objects. That's super, super useful, because then I can, like, do that all the time. Yeah, definitely there. Where the rivers intersect, we'll have to figure out how to make that look all good. I guess I'll just model, like, a bowl or, like, paint on top of it manually in the end. And yeah, other steps are going to be, I want a whole, like, scene editing system where I can just click on the scenes in the editor and view them, like, without having to switch scenes, because I want to be able to see the world relative to the height map. Or, like, see individual scenes relative to each other and relative to the height maps. And my previous way of going about that felt pretty clunky, especially since now I want the ability to, like, have an object, like, on top of the mountain, and then I can move the mountain and the object. But I don't want it to all be one giant scene that's loaded at runtime. I only want that at edit time. So I'll have to figure out how to make that different. Aha, so yeah, there is something wrong with the boundaries of two overlapping... Yeah, we can see here, right at the edge of both of them, there's something weird going on. So that's something that I'll also have to figure out. Not sure exactly what would be causing it. This also doesn't quite look how I thought it would. It looks a lot more fucked up and bad. But I guess that's also because it's like 10,000 meters tall. It's crazy how high these, like how deep these canyons are. And how narrow they are. This is going to need to be much wider, I think. And also should go, like, uphill, because this is supposed to be, like, that's supposed to be, like, the mouth of the river. Or the start of the river. The source. Draining in... So, yeah, why? How are we going downhill so much? I just designed it wrong. Ah, well. Something's weird with the height maps here. I guess she's just kind of sensitive to the variations in the terrain. So I'll probably need to smooth that out a bit. But it's really nice to be back in, like, the... what I think is, like, the main state of the game, which should be, like, exploring around. And I've also been contemplating adding a motorcycle to the game. But that might be a lot of work, because the hover scooter is pretty simple, like, implementation, animation-wise. And it looks quite good. So, actually, I've talked myself out of it. No motorcycle. Maybe I'll do it in the sequel or something. But yeah, so next steps for this terrain. Revisit my original terrain. Which, I mean, is just like world, right? Isn't that just here? And then kind of do... Yeah, kind of get back a lot of this stuff. This mountain's a lot taller than I remember. That looks good. Like, yeah, these rivers are much windier and smaller. And everything's kind of smaller to make it feel bigger. So yeah, I want to bring back a lot more of that. And then we can have like these little erosion bits here. Yeah, so you can see how much better this terrain looks by just having smaller features. And we can get a lot of that by just being much more methodical with our mountain. And yeah, and I like how it like has these erosion bits. And yeah, the main thing that I needed to change was this needed to be here. So that way I could say that this is northwest. And then this, and then the whole map just needed to be like rotated 90 degrees. Like that to be there. Because yeah, this terrain, it looks, honestly, it does look pretty good, I think. But it is, when you get closer, very, very low resolution. Because the one that I have now is like, what, 8 times the detail in each direction? Close that because yeah, you can see all that crap that happens. So I think when we exit the tree, we need to delete this thing. Is it gonna, like, close? Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna kill Godot. So yeah, that's a thing that needs to be solved. Just delete that. There we go. All done. What did we do here? Oh yeah. Bug with paths. There we go. So stamps and stuff. Wonderful. And next week, I guess I'll just keep working on the terrain now. Because I'd like to get the world in a similar state of quality that it is right now. Or, like, yeah, similar to the old version, and then we just delete the old version, or we start working on the actual, like, thing there. So mountains in the northwest. Let's say finer rivers. Crab Hill to the northeast. Winding basin. Bigger mountain. And then, like, redesign the chunk system. Because, yeah, I want the ability to open a scene in the world, save scene, or, like, separately, or save version of world as a separate thing from the edited scene. Because, yeah, the height map editor has a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't need to be there at runtime. And then let's also have, I don't know exactly. I forgot what I was going to say. That's kind of it. Oh, and then also... Okay. That is it for today. I hope to get this game going again. I have some writing stuff that I'm also working on off stream, so I'll talk about that someday soon. But otherwise, I guess that'll be it. See you Wednesday.